Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Qatar World Cup of 2025. The host nations welcomes the fans in attendance and to the fans around the world. It has been a very emotional day here. Yesterday, we are down to the world's last players for the qualifiers. And it's just been a very emotional day. So the TV table is all set. Yelling is the official table. Just been speaking to the sponsor. Very happy with the arena. This is just an amazing event. 100 and we're down to the top 16 players now. Whoever wins will go through to the quarterfinals, and they only have to win one more match to qualify for stage 2. So congratulations to everybody. Yesterday I lost to the world champion, the junior champion of the world, on a 7-6, and he's out there playing to qualify on table 4. We've seen an epic battle yesterday, all the way through. Emotional 7-6s, one-sided event for some players, running away with a 7-2 victory. But right now we are going to enjoy this show. Now, I've seen both of these players play over the years. For me, NASA is a very strong potting machine. He's very consistent, but he knows that this is very important to get off to a good start. Beautiful reverse side, so that free ball will be playing a part. The key ball is the 5 and the 9. So he's looking for a safety to hide the cue ball behind the 9 here. That's what he's looking at. If he takes this on, it's great. Yeah, he's trying to get it behind the 9. And he didn't have enough pace, but he'll be happy with that. I will have a special guest with me today. He's just flown in for the day. Raymond, who's done Hey Ball. I've been alongside him as well, so he might be able to pop in later on. So this, well, it's just hitting the free ball. So difficult, but to pot it, yeah. Do you see how the cue ball slided off the rail there? And congratulations to Rami, who is a top professional referee. He's done more world championships in 9-ball and 10-ball. Combination there. The problem with the combination is just push the 3 up a bit. But if he can cut this in, he's opened up the 5. So I think that's what he wanted to do. He knows he's going to be on the 4. Clever thinking. NASA for me is a very good potter. Now he's just opened that up perfect. I saw him play last year. I've commentated on him before. But his opponent is a force to be reckoned with, because once he gets going, he can be unstoppable. Has to avoid the knuckle. Yeah, he's just caught that. So how do I see this game going from both players? I needed to have a look at a few shots to indicate what's happening out there. And I'm going to go, it's going to be dramatic. A possible hill-hill. Yeah, I'm going to go for a hill-hill match. That's a beautiful jump shot. Hold it. Yeah. He's willing that cue ball to hit the 10 and hold it for a snooker. But the 5 does go to the corner, the top one. Look at the alignment. The first time I've ever seen that. 5 balls almost in a line. It's very rare you see that. Wow, he'd be devastated. He had the opportunity there. Now, I can confirm we are broadcasting in China every episode. And millions are watching this show. And that will be the most disappointing shot so far in this match. A chance to win the game. But I did say it's going to be an emotional game. And we're going to witness that today. Not only has he got to hit it, he's got to pot it. Or try and hope for safety. Wow. He'd be very, very happy with that, I can assure you. I did tell you, this young man can pot balls from nowhere. And that is one of them. Tremendous power to make that shot. I can confirm. Oh, wow. We talked about drama. And we are witnessing an incredible human error. Completely missed the pocket. So there's 9. Both players on the roller coaster of emotions in this game. Players are all here. Now there's only 3 players in the world to represent England this year. Myself, Jason Shaw, Elliot Sanders. Only 2 remaining, Jason Shaw and Elliot Sanders, in the tournament. And they'll be playing tomorrow. The draw will be taking place. And there's a players' meeting as well today at 7 o'clock. So it's all exciting times for players from around the world to join us. We've got Joshua Fuller, who's going to be flying in. And of course, Shane from America is here already. Watch the 2 and the 3 go to the opposite pockets. There goes the 2. There goes the 3. This could make it. It's hit traffic. Wow. The silver break. It's there. Does that 8 go into the middle? Not really a silver break. What do I mean by silver break? A missable break. We've only seen one of them. Wow. He snookered himself on the 2-ball. All of a sudden, we are witnessing an emotional game already. He won't be happy. Well, we'll be happy with that shot, but he won't be happy leaving the table, not winning the game there. And I think the 3 does go off the 8 there to bring the 8 into play. So to be fair, that was a very comfortable rack to win. But right now he's under tremendous pressure. Table, he has to pot it. He can't afford to miss it. Wow, played. Now it does go off the 8. He's looking at it. He really wants to be bringing that 8-ball into play. He doesn't want to sit and wait to get to the 8. Wow, I'm surprised there. He's taking a chance. Maybe he's confident to take the 8 to the top corner. Yeah, he's just looked at it. So he's gone 3 shots ahead. Or should I say 4 shots ahead, to be fair. Yeah, it didn't go on to the 3-ball. He didn't want to pot the 4. That's why he's just slowly rolled it. So this 4-ball, knowing to get to that 7. It's a frame winner, but we've seen it already today where players are not getting into the game, and it's the wow, he's going to be. Now this is pressure. He's smiling. That's the adrenaline. He knows nowhere should be on the rail. I don't think he can get to the 8. I don't think he can. He has to absolutely power bank this shot. Watch it's like a break shot. Yeah, he's got nowhere near it. He needed to hit it about 4 or 5 times harder to go up the table and back down to take the 8 to the right corner, but this is going nowhere. So he's trying to hide the key. Oh, he's going for a bank shot. Wow. I think, yeah, that was the only shot. He's just said to the referee, it's not touching the rail. Rami is a professional referee. He does world championships as well. So he's looked at the 8-ball anyway, knowing that's not on the rail. So he's trying to hide the cue ball behind the 10. It's okay. That's pretty good. And as you can see, world champions, Ralph Souquet, defending champion of the world title of the cup, is Daniel. Victor Sineski I saw this morning. Michelle from Qatar. The Panda is here. Omar is here as well. Everybody's here. going to be a great game. Now, he might, possibility to take this on to the right corner or take the bank. I think he's asking himself, can I cut this into the right corner? This is the right shot. You must attack. If you play safe, you're trusting to the element of luck. And that's the bad shot, I'm afraid. That's what I was explaining. You can't rely on getting the safety behind the 10 there. You must have, I can assure you, if he replayed that shot, he would take the cut on, because to get in behind that 10 was far too difficult. And because he didn't do that, he's lost the frame. That was negative play, where players tend to think, well, I'll play safe, run the cue ball around. It's the hottest in the arena. It's very hot. Usually we are absolutely frozen in the arena, but today it's very warm. So you can see that 2-0 lead. And if you've just joined us, we welcome you. We welcome China, who's watching and broadcasting all over the world. All the Middle East countries are using this live stream. Millions are watching. The viewers online, you get to see it from the YouTube channel. It all happened many years ago when Qatar brought companies in, and then they got their own media team, their own camera system, and Abdullah, the head of media, has made all of this happen. So congratulations to Abdullah and the media team, the camera crew as well. There's about 10 of us. Tactical. We have a team, and usually in the commentary it's going to be in Arabic and English. Mansour will join me tomorrow, and I wonder who they're going to put on the TV table tomorrow. Is it going to be Shane from America? Will it be Joshua Filler? So you have to tune in to see who's on the TV table tomorrow. But in the meantime, there is traffic. The 5-ball is the key ball in this rack. Do you see it hiding behind the 8 and 7? And that is the best shot. Oh. He tried to bring it into play. So this 2-ball is going to be difficult to hold the cue ball because he's going to fly around. That's why he's gone for the safety. And that's an excellent shot, because not only has he got to hit it, he has to make sure it goes safe. Excellent, excellent. That was incredible. Because he had to make sure he didn't leave it. Yeah, the speed of the cloth it's warm out there and they're just adjusting to how to hit the object balls. And it's just catching them out a little bit, both players. Well, they've snookered themselves, they've missed. And they will have to adjust to it very quickly. So the 2-ball is hiding behind the 5. It's going to bring it down. There it is. Watch the spin though. He's got to be careful. He's left the jump. Oh, that's a bit too difficult to jump. But I have seen them jump that distance. The shot of the day, the jump shot of the day was about that same distance over the 10. Wow. If you just joined us, welcome to a possible jump shot of one of the greatest jump shots in the tournament. He has to pot it though. This is going to be incredible. The power he's putting into this cue ball is, he's going to have to jump over the moon to make this happen. Well done. A round of applause there. And look at that. That is going to be the luckiest jump shot of the day. So this jump shot now is too difficult. It's very rare you see players jumping that close to the cue ball. I have seen one jump shot, probably another turn, nearly touching the object ball where they've jumped it. But that is so difficult to jump. So he's nominated the pocket to the corner. And he's missed it. So it's sort of like he's gone in the right angle, but it's slid off the rail. Players do tend to struggle with those shots to come out. And congratulations to buildup, who is the professional camera for all the photos for the World Cup Championships of 2025. He's been doing it for many years, and he's made every player have their photo while they're at the table. So he's gone around, and they can check for their photographs to send to their family and their official sponsors, as well as their... Oh, how did he miss that? And he will be absolutely devastated there. Yeah, he's got a long sleeve on. Maybe he's too hot. He is struggling. I'm surprised he's missed that. So this forward to the corner. Look at this. Nasser knows now he's back in contention to win this rack and go 3-0 up. But he won't be looking at the scoreboard. Players tend to only look at the scoreboard when they're really playing well. And they don't really want to push themselves over the finishing line because the unforced errors do creep in. You find that, oh, I'm going to win this frame. And then all of a sudden, you tend to miss the easy ones. The easiest shot we've seen was the 10-ball. It was straight, identical where the 10-ball is now. Put the cue ball in a straight line with that 10. And he missed it. But we have seen unbelievable misses though. In fact, that is identical there. That white to the 10 was the biggest miss I've seen on the TV table. You couldn't believe how he missed that. So we'd like to say welcome to all the fans in China. Look at this. You should be okay. But we have seen them missed. And that's down to pressure. There's only one shot I've seen in all of the World Championships I've commentated on. The ball went in the pocket and it came out, and it was the Raymond versus Jericho's game. See if I can get a highlight of that. It went in the pocket, but it hit so hard. It hit the back of the pocket and it came out. The record for break and run is 3. And as far as I know, the record in the arena is 5 break and runs, and that was the gentleman from Lebanon versus myself, and he had 5 break and runs. He broke 5 times and ran 5 times. So that's the record in race to 7. On the TV table, it's 3. In the arena, it's 5. The most balls off the break was 4 on the TV table. On a dry break, the most balls above the ball, the middle pocket, is 8. And we got 6 there, as you can see. The most fouls in one game is about 3. Nobody has won on the TV table the 3 foul rule. They've had 2 fouls in a row, but nobody's got 3 in a row to win the game. The unbelievable break shot happened yesterday. He put the cue ball off the table. It went so high, if you were sitting in the arena, you could catch it. And 3 balls off the table in the tournament on shots. So that's a bit of information for you guys. No, he's trying to hide the cue ball here. He wants to leave it behind the 7 if he can. Oh, he's gone the wrong way. He's missed it. That's a bit of pressure there. Did you see the seconds count down to 3, 2, 1? What happens is, if you just joined us, I'll quickly tell you about the seconds. You have 35 seconds a shot, 1 extension each rack. But there is a problem for every player. It's called the countdown. The referee will count down. He will say time when it's 10 seconds. And then when he gets down to the 5 seconds, he will call out 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What does that mean to the player? They miss cue. They completely missed the ball. They rush the shot. And then they don't play the shot because they ran out of time. And the opponent will have cue ball in hand. One other thing I learned yesterday, if the cue ball goes in the pocket, you are not allowed to touch the cue ball in the pocket. You have to wait for the referee to take the cue ball out. Very interesting. I never knew that. And if you try to stop the ball from going in as well. But right now, NASA knows he has got a chance to go 4-0 up. He's just checked the time. He can see the time on the scoreboard. He knows that it's going to count down. He will hear that buzzer, and it's a distraction for every player. We're not used to that time scale, but you shouldn't be on worrying about the time anyway. Just get down and play your game. You only start to panic when you don't know what time scale you got left. So if you just play your game, you're into 15, 20 seconds a shot anyway, but all of a sudden you start to play tactical and your 35 seconds is gone, and that's a devastating shot there. He will be sad to see that there. Yeah, you can see the facial reaction and the smile of nerves, because he should never be there. He should be 4-0 up here. Should be on the next game. He's looked at the time, so this is worrying times. Look at that, he's looked again. He's called the extension. 32 seconds, there you go. Got plenty of time, but the cut in the middle is more difficult. What a shot that is. Tremendous pressure as we watch the 9 disappear. This 10-ball to take a 4-0 lead. And if you just joined us, it's going to be an emotional comeback. We haven't seen the best of Uppsala come back at all. See how they wait for the white to stop and then get the balls out? And if that white's moving, I believe it's a foul. So, got to be careful. To avoid any disappointment, just sit down and let the ref get the balls out. So, you've got a choice now. We're going to go, he's got a break. We will witness together the possible first frame on the TV table to be won by 3 fouls in a row. But he didn't do it. So he's got the angle here to open up the 5. Or is he he's going to leave the cue ball in behind the 9. Yeah, he needs to make sure of this though. This is so difficult to snooker behind the 9. Wow, this is going to be super glue shot, this one. He has to glue that cue ball to the 9 ball. Can he do it? No, he can't. I'm afraid he can't do that shot. It was so difficult because well, this is going to be the shot of the day so far in this match. If he can make this 5 ball, I don't see how he's going to do it. Oh, he's changed his mind. He's gone to the bottom corner. You're 4-0 up and you're taking a huge chance. He's gone back. That's the first time I've ever seen a player nominate one pocket after another because of this shot. He knows how important this is. So this 5 ball to the corner, no extension, and look at the seconds. They're counting down. It's panicking. He's changed his mind. 5, 4, 3. He's done it. Well done. In the nick of time that was. And behind the 8 and behind the 10, he's got options. I feel that he might go behind the 8 here. Take the 5 down. There it is. But has he made it? Has he pushed that cue ball? No. No, I think he might be okay. Now he's going off the back of behind the 10. Or is he? Oh, he's snookered him. That was so close. The camera angle was. Oh, he's missed it. We will definitely see another foul here. Because he will get this cue ball perfect. I can assure you, he will not make a human error. He will get this behind that 10. He's got to make sure it's touching. He can't afford a gap. He's got to hit it off the 7. No, that's too difficult. That's better. He's trying to put the 5 behind the 8. Extension cord. He can't afford to move the 10. He has to glue it to the 10. No, not strong enough, I'm afraid. With that shot, you've got to make sure that that cue ball is touching the 10 to make it more difficult. But Nasser knows he's okay. He hit this. This isn't a problem for Nasser. But will it go safe though? Yeah, it's okay. He knew he was going to hit it. That safety shot wasn't really strong enough at this level. And remember, this is the top 16 world qualifiers. You lose, you're out of this year's championships. You win, you will go through to the quarterfinals. That's how much is in stake. And good fortune on the 5 ball. Both players. Nasser is a very lovely, they're both lovely people. And when they're at the table, their will and passion to win is incredible. They will not give in. And that's a human error. Tremendous pressure. Yeah, he's put himself under pressure. I saw him play in on day 1. He didn't play the best, and 2, and 3. But right now, on the 4th day, he is playing much better. Abdullah now knows that this frame is so important. If he doesn't win it, this mountain gets bigger. So he's nominated to the corner. Wow, unlucky. But where's the white? Where's the white gone? It's disappeared in the pocket. Abdullah's got a chance to get a frame on the board. Now, I don't think he's got an extension. So he's got to play this quick. Now, the 7. He's got to be careful. He's got a choice here. He's got to get in between the 10 and the 9 in that line near the 10 spot. Ready? That was the problem. He's gone behind the 10 as he made it. Oh, just. He wanted to come further down, but that has just made it. So he might just have a... No, he hasn't got any angle. He's got to come across. He forced the angle there. Now, this 8 to the 9. Starting to become an emotional rack. Close to the pocket there. This 9. Hold for the 10. He might take the 10 to the right corner. Yes, he is. Look at the power. He's got to get this right. Perfect. Well played. This, for difficulty, is a 10 out of 10. 5-0 or 4-1. 10 ball. He's done it. Well played. Nasser will ask himself, what happened? How did I miss the ball going off? And psychologically, even though he's 3 frames ahead, that could upset him in respects of going 5-0 up. And that might play on his mind. And for Abdullah, I got my frame. I'm on the scoreboard. I'm making a comeback. And that's part of the game. If you can accept things are going wrong, your game will be stronger. One shot at a time. One game at a time. I still believe it's going to be an emotional ending. Because we have Abdullah's hot in the arena. He is very hot. And when it's hot, it gets sticky. Nobody's mastered the break today so far on the match. We're looking for the 2 and the 3 opposite corners. There they go. Has he got it this time? The 3's trying... No. The 2's trying to come down. He might have the 2. No. So, key ball is the 3. And the 8. So there's a lot of life in this game. It's not going to be a formality run out. He's very fortunate there. So there's 2-ball now. No. Missed into the 10. It's going to be so difficult for him to come back. And try and win this rack. He knows that he should have moved that 10 ball. Now he has safety in mind. He knows if he mishits it, he'll leave the cue ball behind the 10. But wait a minute. He's left it in the open. This free ball. Ah, dramatic times. Unbelievable. He thought he had it. This is worrying times now. For Abdullah fans around the world, I'm sure his family are watching. Your young man has put in the performance with the best he has today. He is trying so hard out there. It's difficult, believe me. But that 8 and 9 is the key ball. So there's a lot more life in this game. You've just yet. He's overran it. He didn't want to be there. This 7 to the 8 is pressure. How's he going to... Yeah, top spin is not a problem, but he's got to make sure it goes in. That's why he's worried, because he's forcing the ball and he wants the cue ball in a straight line with the 8. He doesn't want to be anywhere near the middle of the table. He wants to get the cue ball right up the top of the balk line. He's missed it. He's missed it. And that's what I was talking about. When you're forcing that shot, you're forcing the angle of the 7 ball, and that will deviate away from the pocket. He's got immaculate position, but that's no good if you haven't potted the ball. Now, we've seen Abdullah take this on before and pot it and get good position. So this 7 to the 8 should be okay. Perfect. I said to you at the beginning, it's going to be dramatic. It is. This 9. This 8. Look at NASA. NASA can't believe it. He's asking himself, how have I lost this frame? But it's not over yet as we watch the 8 go to the corner. Hold for the 9. Hold for the 10. Surely he can't miss this 10. But on the TV table, mysterious things happen. And yes, we have seen players miss balls like this before. But will Abdullah take it in the pocket? He does. So we're on the 7th rack, race to 7. The winner will advance to the top 16. The loser is out of this year's championships of 2025. And on behalf of Qatar, we welcome the worldwide fans in China who are watching, and to the fans around the world who's tuning in. We also welcome world champions today who are flown in. They've landed. They're here. Jason Shaw is here. Elliot Sanders to represent England. Shane Bumbonin is here. Joshua Filler. And many more world champions. Defending champion Daniel is here. Now, the break. Can he make that 2 go to the other pocket? 3 to the other one. He's got it perfect. Not too much power. Too much power. It's all hit traffic. But he's made the 9. And this. Oh, look at the 1 ball. Can he do a bank into the 10? There is a key ball. It's the 3. That 3 ball is the key ball. So what he has to be careful. Well, I'm very, very surprised. The bank was available. He's gone for safety. He's left the 1 on. And this is what NASA has been waiting for. Because of the 2 where it is, the 3 is taken out of the keyboard scenario. Because the 2 will take him to the 3, not a problem. He thought he missed it. Only the 3 can go in the middle now, so it's not a problem. Look at the 4. I wouldn't say the 5's a problem because it's going to go into the middle. NASA has taken this one as a double. This is missable. He's potted it though. Great recovery under tremendous pressure. I can assure you inside his heart is pumping. He is under pressure. I'm not too sure if the 5 goes past the 7. The camera angle. It doesn't. No. He's got the beautiful angle here. He's got a possibility of hitting the 10 and holding the 10 as a marker. He's looking for a marker to hold on to the cue board to take the 5 to the left middle. Players tend to do that. He wants the cue board exactly where it is. And if he can do that, he'll be so happy inside and start to play his game. But this 4 ball to get to the 5, he's done it. Look at that. Well played. He played that to perfection. Has to be careful with that 10. Doesn't want to move it. Beautiful. That's his best shot today. Under tremendous pressure. To take that 5 into a straight line was so difficult. Yes, it looks, everything's easy. Everybody can pot it. But when you're on the world stage, when you're trying to qualify for the top 16, sorry, to go into the quarterfinal, sorry. Look at that determination. So, this 8 to the 10, it isn't a problem. So 10 ball to go 4-2 up. Abdullah will look at back on this frame, could I have took the double on? Could I have took that bank shot on? Go down with the 10 with a bit of safety. I'm sure he would go back and replay that shot. Anything would have been better than watch the run out. So we're going to take a commercial break. We hope you enjoyed the show so far. We'll be back very shortly. gentlemen, it gives me a great honor and pleasure to welcome the official table sponsor with me in the welcome.
Hello， 大家好，非常开心来到卡塔尔世球世界杯的直播间，与我的好朋友一起为大家分享这场比赛。
Shishi, thank you very, very much. I know I have a translator with me, and it's a great honor to see the yelling table in the arena. World champions are flying in, and it's a great honor. And there they are, the spiders in the pocket.
I know.
And
mm-hmm. 这也是我们哑铃新的一个 logo 的增加。原来哑铃呢是英文和中文，现在把蜘蛛这个图文呢加到上面，更增加了哑铃在这个行业里的吸力和活力，年轻人会更喜欢。更彰显台球这个运动的这个活力。
Well, I can tell you that he's very excited to see his table in the arena for the world stage. Big news coming in the future as well, and it's just the setup is all good. It's just looking amazing out there. Well, as you can see now, the run out is available. He's trying to play the 6 into the corner, hold for the 7 as well. So it's a formality to get to the hill. He has to be careful not to hit the 7. Do you play, Paul? You play?
我也打球，但我属于那个业余选手中的业余选手。但我很喜欢，很热爱它。我每天晚上会在家里打1小时。
Wow. Yeah. Does he have a table in his office?
Yes. Yeah.
Everywhere. Well, there you go. I'm speaking, if you've just joined us, I'm speaking to the owner of Yelling. Is CEO? President. I'm with the president of Yelling, and I have got a very special invite to go to China and see your factory. No, I don't need the paid flight. No, I don't need the money. And I will come to China. Well, thank you very.
因为工厂我那里也有直播间，他也可以做现场直播。有2个。
Wow,
lady.
Well, to be invited to come and go to China and do live stream for you guys in the studio would be an honor, and we'll make a date for that. I'll try and I know I'm on a world tour, and I'll certainly pop into China.
我们在中国如果举办一些商业性的或者是 WPA 的一些比赛的时候，也可以邀请他去做现场英文解说。
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Wow, I get a chance of a lifetime to go to China to be their broadcaster. Wow, a bit tearful. What can I say? Thank you very, very much for that. Definitely.
刚建了一个3000平方的非常漂亮的赛事中心，专门比赛用的。
Wow, definitely. Well, I'll be honoured, and it will be a pleasure to come over to China to be your commentator. Thank you very much for that.
他非常非常专业，非
Wow.
常喜欢这个运动。
Well, I don't know if I'm very professional, but yeah, the emotional side of the game I get into, to understand the player and what they feel, and I go with them. I'm not there to say who's going to win, who's going to lose. I go in there and show what the players can bring to the day. It's so important to be a part of the game. Doing the commentary, for a lot of people who do commentary, they're all different. They tend to talk about the player, they talk about what they've won, but I'm a feelings commentator, to go inside of the emotional zone and understand what they go through. So sometimes I come off very tearful for both players, and other times it's one-way traffic, I'm okay, I can go for dinner now. And other days it's like, oh, how did he miss that? And that is where you come into it.
他是一个在解说台球比赛的当中最投入他的激情和热情，乃至他的全身心的投入。
Yeah, because it's like this shot. I mean, you're 6-2 up. You still got to get over the finishing line, and it's inside. Your heart's pumping. You're panicking, and your opponent is sitting there, knowing that this shot could be the end of his tournament, and it's such a shame to come this way. This is for the World Qualifiers. This is for the quarterfinals, and the emotional side of this game, people don't see. They hide their emotions. The world champions hide it. When you see frustration in the game, we don't pick up on that. We want to see the passion of the shot. We want to see the love of the shot, and the skill of the shot. It's completely different. But you need a commentator to understand the way. Even though I'm a player, I lost to the world champion yesterday, 7-6. You still got to accept the fact that you weren't strong enough, and you come back stronger. And when you win, you tend to get a better feeling. But all the same time, you didn't win the tournament. You didn't qualify. But wait a minute, I'm representing my country. I'm representing my family, and I'm on the world stage. I'm on TV for all my fans, and I'm going to go out there and give everything I got. Now, that is the key to success in life. When you're in the arena, you're doing the same thing. But when you're on the TV, you know that this 9-ball is going to win a quarterfinal place to the 10. And that is the difference of players today. So as we can see now, this 10, it's a formality 10. Abdullah will come back next year stronger. But in the meantime, your winner is NASA. Congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say? I'll say, would you like to say goodbye? Yeah, finish now.
这南非的这个选手是。Wow. Good.
Before we say goodbye, I will say goodbye for you. On behalf of Qatar Billiard Snooker Federation and the WP sanctioned this event, it gives me great honour and pleasure to say goodbye to Yelling President, and thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very special guest in the studio with me from South Africa. Welcome, Craig.
Thanks, Pepsi. Wow, what an honor to be here. What a setup. This is beautiful. A real professional production. Qatar really go all out in doing things properly, and being from South Africa, this is an absolute honor. It is a treat to travel to play and to, as well as join you in the commentary booth and watch some good pool.
Well, let me tell you something, Craig. On behalf of Qatar Billiard Snooker Federation and the WPA sanctioned this event, it gives me great honor to introduce you to my studio. And you've met most of all the team. And behind you, he's just walked in behind us, is called Bo Butter, and he is the professional photographer. So we have a massive team. There's about 10 of us and the camera crew as well. And what happens is, Craig, what I just mentioned quickly, 13 years ago, when I started as a volunteer, as a commentator, I wanted to be part of the show, part of understanding the game and learn from the game. And the way it got me to is where I am today. And Bo, who is the director of the media, has got a studio, and this is our studio.
Yeah, this is world class. And like you say, the passion of billiards and just getting involved in South Africa.
And the key to success is when Qatar brought in TV production teams, later on they decided to get their own team, and I'm very honoured. This will be my 15th year, and it's just an honour to be a member of the team and to have a studio. I mean, look at the size of the screen here. I mean, you can see clearly what they've done. And then we've done something different this year. If you notice the balls, we take the balls away as they go.
Yeah.
Can't get it right every time. And then we have a beautiful camera setup as well. We see that and we can look down there. Look at that for a beautiful camera
That
set.
gives a lot of good angle, especially for the technical safety shots there. Unlucky for Raymond going and scratching there. But it's the coloured balls at the bottom over there, really, that's such an important touch because that shows the entry-level player that doesn't know the colours of the balls. Even sometimes me as a seasoned player, you know, the understanding which colour and also seeing the colours on TV sometimes doesn't come across perfectly. So that's such a helpful graphic right at the bottom of the table. And it is a lot of admin to keep touch of the two ball going down and then clicking it down at the bottom. But it's part of the professionalism, and well done to you guys for the setup. And it's so nice to have the Qatar Billiards Sports Federation involved in helping grow the sport. It is such a beautiful game, and it's not only good for, you know, adults, it's also a great sport for the youth to get involved in. So well done to the Qatar Sports Federation in assisting in growing this beautiful sport.
Well, I'll give you some news about the younger generation coming through. The youngest player to play on the TV table was the age of 12.
Wow.
From the member of Qatar, the juniors. It gives them the experience. What Qatar's trying to do, the national hero is Mr. Ali O'Bailey. And he is bringing the next generation from Qatar to come with him because he's the IBSF World Snooker Champion, great at Hayball as well. And he's got bronze, he's got medals, he's got world titles. And he's showing the younger generation of Qatar to come through. And I saw all the players take part, the junior team, in this World Qualifier.
Yeah, that's amazing exposure. Getting the youngsters to play against the top players and to even meet their idols. I mean, this morning I had breakfast next to David Al-Qaedi and the superstars. It was so nice to see. And I mean, I'm 40 years old and I'm fanboying out over there, and I'd love to if I was 12 and had the access to meet these superstars, I would just be so inspired. So it's really nice for the young kids to have access to meet these superstars and to compete against them.
Exactly, Craig. And the other success is just not in Qatar. Other federations, as far as I'm aware, in the Middle East have got an academy. They got professional. Qatar have got so many snooker professional coaches, Michael Giorgio, Costa, and Amir Rotter. And of course, they've got Mike Russell. They've got the ultimate grandmaster, Mansoura. So they can develop in their games and they can select what game they would like to play. But Qatar do something very special. They bring the players from a younger generation, get them in the right stead, get them on the world stage, control what they want to play. Do they like pool? Do they like snooker? Do they like both games? So to have that experience and become a world champion is an incredible achievement.
Yeah, I think the three good disciplines that are growing, I mean, Hayball is growing very well, but I think 10-ball and American pool is in a really good space at the moment internationally. I think there's a lot of investment from WPA in the growth of the sport. They're doing a lot of good things, especially in the emerging markets, like the Middle East and even Africa.
Wow. You've just had the Hayball over there? Oh, it was
that was in Australia.
Oh, in Australia,
Yeah.
I apologise.
Yeah, and that's another big market that they're growing. I think the Australian market is just booming for Q sports, and that's great. It's beautiful, and it's such a nice. So American and Hayball, it's quite an easy sport to transition between the two. So you can compete at both in both disciplines because there's certain fundamentals and dynamics that transfer quite nicely.
So we talked a little bit about the future for the game. So now we're going to introduce you to the players, and I can tell you a little bit about Raymond. Now, Raymond used to work in Qatar as a player, and he is a professional pool player. And we're going to talk about his opponent, who's come through today in the top 16. I think this is to qualify for the next round, for the semis. So whoever wins this match, I'm not too sure, Greg, if they qualify on this stage.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I watched Chan on his previous match out in the main arena, and he knows his way around the table. You can see the way he moves, his shot selection. He's got a lot of experience, and this is a really high-quality match. This is, although stage one, certainly a high-quality match.
Well, I've just got the results up, and if you need to know the results, it's Qatar Billiard Snooker Federation. You can go on the website. This is for the quarterfinals. The loser is out of this year's championships. I can confirm to you some statistics here. The gentleman who is sitting in the crowd with the black t-shirt with the grey hat is called Jericho. He has a record on the TV table. The only player to break and run on 3 occasions. Not many players break and run, and he's got the total number of 3 break and runs, and it was against Raymond.
Okay. And there to the left of him, that's I think one of the best jumpers in the world, Jonah Chow from the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. I think fresh off the airplane from the Philippines, played in the Reyes Cup.
Now, there is a little bit more news for you. The most balls potted from the break is 4. The most balls above the middle pocket is 8. What does that mean? Players are not controlling the break. Nobody has really mastered the break other than Jericho winning 7-0 against Raymond. So Jericho is the best tournament breaker on the TV table.
Yeah, 10-ball, the break is so important. Got to make sure you're potting balls consistently off of the break. Chan just nominating the top left-hand pocket there, going for a kick shot. Looks to go 1 rail. Good contact. Tracking. What a shot. Lovely shot from Chan. He's made the pot. He has a tricky purple 4-ball. Nominated the right center pocket. think he has a two-way shot in mind over here. Whether he misses this, he should land safe behind the pack. 4-ball should go to the top. Oh, he's kissed off of the 6 there. That was not planned. So I think he might have given up the table there to Raymond.
I have a result for you, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, I lost to the world champion, 7-6, and he has qualified for the next round. Durham, who is the junior champion of the world, and he won 7-6. And he'll be playing up against the Philippines in the next round to qualify for stage 2.
The qualification
yes,
tournament is rather rather challenging. It's a tough field just to qualify for stage 2. It's a world-class tournament on its own.
So let me break it down. I know Craig knows the outcome of how many players. For the fans around the world, there's 128 players who play, followed by 4 qualifiers per day. This is like mini tournaments. As you carry on, unfortunately, I lost last night about 10:30, and then you have to play again 10 o'clock this morning. So what happens is you play all day, and you lose, you're out of the tournament. If you win, you go in the next round. And this is why these players are here. 128 players are down. Now, Craig, this is missable. He has missed these before.
Yeah, you don't want to be up against the rail on these fine 10 critical shots. See if he can hold his nerve.
That's what I said. Craig, I can feel it. I can feel how he's playing.
Yeah, you can see the body language and the flow of a player. Chan seems a bit more comfortable in his movements around the table. You can see it in their eyes as well. Chan with a fine cut to the bottom right hand pocket.
So this 10-ball to go 2-0 up. Now, will he pot it? He's put inside on the cue ball.
Yeah,
wow.
It looks like he's checking it.
This is missable.
Mm.
But what's happening, Craig? Craig, this is unbelievable. But why would he put side on the ball? Why didn't he just put top spin?
Yeah, I'm not sure on Chan's cue action. It actually, he looked like he was queuing to play check side on that, but the way the cue ball reacted didn't really check. Well, that's a massive miss there from
Craig.
Raymond.
Craig, where's the white? Where's the white? Where's the white? He's made it disappear. Craig, I feel the passion. I feel the unbelievable in-off. Oh, dear. Raymond can't handle that emotion. We see the disappointment there, and his opponent is so excited to get that cue ball in hand to take the 10 for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that just reinforces Chan's momentum in this match. Not easy when you're... I think Raymond had a lot of pressure on him there to level up the scores early on in the match. Let's see. It is a race to 7, 2-0 down. Raymond being a professional pool player, I'm sure he will take a breather. Yeah, he is wiping his brow, sort of energizing himself, and let's see if he can bounce back.
What the viewers might not understand, let's talk about the conditions. Now, they got bottles of water there. You know yourself, Craig, being on the world stage, winning many titles, and you dehydrate. You must drink at least 2 bottles of water while you're out in that arena, race to 7.
Yeah, it's amazing how your body just loses water. And keeping your brain hydrated is so important. Similar to how the golfers keep hydrated, you have to, your brain doesn't function as well when it is dehydrated. So, yeah, you definitely But I mean, it's so nice to have the setup where you're given 2 bottles of water right next to your table, so it's you can really prepare yourself to the best possible conditions. So it's all up to you as a player.
Wow, this could be the first TV break of the day of a break and run.
Let's see. Fine cut to the center pocket here. Might look easy. Okay, sorry, that's the 5-ball that he's going for next.
Let me tell you something, Craig. You're not the only one who gets it wrong.
Overrun that.
I got it wrong yesterday.
Okay.
After a few hours, you start to go a little bit, your eyes start to not recognize the 3 and the 5. And we have got a cinema screen. Would it be fair to say?
It's beautiful. It's a massive screen right in front of us. So no excuses from my side.
It's like going to the cinema and sitting in the front row watching a film. That's how big we've got the TV table right in front of us. What do you think of the table?
Beautiful. It's the first time I'm going to be playing on the Yalen tables. They look really solid, well put together. I've had good conversations with the other players regarding that this equipment, and yeah, beautiful. No dead rails or anything. They seem very solid. It's nice to see that Yalen are here in representation from the suppliers. Nice shot there from Chan. Confident putting. He's recovered well after overrunning on that 5-ball.
So this 9 to take a 3-0 lead because the 10 is unmissable. Now, I'd like to talk quickly, Craig, about the stop clock. So what's happened is, for the viewers, this is so important for the players. Craig, we have witnessed in the last few days, the countdown has been terrifying for the players. The referee calls time at 10 seconds. When they get down to the 5 seconds, the referee calls the 5 seconds. It is called a catastrophe for the players. Why? They miss cue. They play the wrong shot. They rush. And the worst one of all is the foul of time penalty. I've seen it, and the players panic. They're shaking to hit the ball. They're trying to get their extension. One shot I saw where he's gone 5, 4, and he's still by the chair, taking the extension out. So it's been an emotional 5 seconds, and they're not used to that. How do you feel, Craig, on that countdown?
It's
Being a professional player.
Yeah, look, where I'm from, we further reinforcing Chan's momentum in this match. Raymond really just doesn't seem to have any luck on his side today. So, regarding the shot clock, that rhythm that you need to get into as a player is important, and you can't second guess your shot. You have to follow your gut, your instinct. You need to use your extension smartly, and rather use your extension than not use your extension. So yeah, I think it's a good setup, and players just need to get used to it. I think the professionals around the world have adapted, and it's good for television broadcast to have a time limit on the shots. It puts pressure on the onto the players, and it's never nice to be under that pressure. But from a television point of view, I think it's a good thing.
Well, the most important part of the game is not to worry about the stop clock and just play your game. Then when it gets to tactical, for some unknown reason, the players get bogged down. Really, I don't really see the tactical side. Maybe this morning we witnessed maybe around about 10 shots on the first ball, on the 1 ball for tactical battle. So as you can see now, the 9 is a formality. Look at the score, Craig. 4-0 coming up. Raymond, how can he survive to come back?
Yeah, Chan is really in a good flow. And this is where the shot clock becomes irrelevant when you're in such a confident mode. And this is where you want to be as a pool player. Takes a 4-0 lead. Raymond in his chair, staying cold.
And talking about staying cold, I can confirm we went from a heat wave and we're back in the North Pole.
I think that's relevant.
It's starting to get cold again.
Everything's relative, sorry. Cold is relative for you guys over here. I think it's 27 degrees today.
Now, we're going to talk about the break. Now, I'll do this break, and then you do the next break. The key to success for the break, here we go. The 2 ball is in the corner. The 3 ball is in the opposite corner. I believe the secret of the break is to take the 3 ball. Oh, he's done it the other way. So the 2 ball will go into the right corner, and the 3 ball will go into the left corner. He has to place the cue ball 1 turn away. No, it ain't happening. Because he's going head on with the cue ball. This will stop the 2 and the 3 from running around the table. As we'll watch. See, it's all stopped. The 3 ball's trying to come down. The 2 ball's trying to get in that pocket. It is trying. Will he make it? Will he make it? No. That is a very good break. But the secret is to make that 3 and 2 disappear, followed by the cue ball in the middle of the table. What do you feel about that break?
Yeah, I think he's got a similar setup to how I break it, just to the slight right-hand side. So if you're looking at it from the shooter's position, so 1 cue ball to the right, and hitting it head-on like he did. I don't know how he potted the 1 ball to the top right-hand pocket.
I've never seen that.
Yeah. But it worked. He's at the table. He has had a break and run already, so what he's doing is working.
He has to be careful here. He doesn't know the outcome of crashing into the 7, but he's got to do it softly to hold for the 4. Ah, he went for a bank, Craig.
Oh, confident shooting there.
I thought he might crash into the 7 and take the 4 to the middle.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. He's not in a bad shape over here. Looks like he will go for the purple 4 ball to the bottom right-hand pocket and go 3 rails. Does have a bit of traffic to work with to the top of the table with the 6 and the 10 ball. So you'll have to be careful. But I think this is a shot where even if you miss, the cue ball is in a very safe position, so he'll take it on.
So as you can see, this 4 ball, oof, it knocked on the door, Craig. But where's that cue ball? And that is the shot of the day so far. I usually do jump shots of the day, but that was the shot to come back for the 5. And look at this. He's running around the table. That's the adrenaline taking part. This is part of his game.
Yeah, constantly having a look at that shot clock. So it's analyzing and moving well around the table. I like to see that in players. You can really see how a player's fundamentals, whether or not they're a high-level player or a mid-level player, you can see Chan scanning the table, constantly analyzing his next position and route. So he's the top player.
For me, the best game in the world is 10-ball. It takes the element of luck a lot out of the game. You have to win by potting the 10-ball last. The combination will allow the 10-ball to come back if you make it, go back on the spot. But the reality is this, the skill of nominating that pocket, the skill of potting that ball will take the element of skill, luck, into play.
Yeah, 10 ball is no guessing and no luck involved. It's a great recovery shot there from Chan after not getting exactly where he needed to be, but he's back into good shape here for a relatively straightforward shot from 9 to 10.
Just a quick one, Craig. I've never ever seen any player touch the tip on the rail. What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm not quite happy with that technique from Chan, because it seems like after he chalks his cue, he uses the top of the rail surface to clean the edges of his tip.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's creating a bit of dust, excess dust around the table. That's just, I don't think it's a superstition. I think that's actually what he's doing. So instead of using his hands to just clean off the excess chalk, he seems to be using the rails just to wipe that off. I guess it's not on the playing surface, so, but yeah, it can create a bit of dirt around the table.
Now it's your time for the break.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, my special guest today is Craig, and he will teach you how to break. Over to you.
Okay, so Raymond's opting to go a little bit to the left. Looks like 2 balls to the left. Does have a powerful break, so he's been struggling to keep control of the cue ball. I think all these players want to pop and squat over here. Just try get a slight pop on that cue ball. There he does that. That's exactly what you want to see as a 10-ball breaker. Lovely, pop and squat. So that is basically getting that cue ball with a lot of power, a slight lift in the cue ball, and it stops in the center of the table just to maximize your chances of getting position on the 1 ball. So Raymond, with a solid opportunity to get back into the game here, momentum has been very much against him. A few unlucky rolls, but I think this is the opportunity that he wants to take in order to get back into it. I think that shot right there has left him with a tester. This will test his nerve right across the table.
Craig, I'm going to call it. Here we go. I believe of a hill-hill match. Why do I say that? Well, you had to pop that though.
Yeah. That shot right across the table is not what you want when you're 5-0 down.
Well, I honestly, the reason why I said that, Craig, is because I felt Raymond is with that determination can come back, but he had to pot that too, so it could be the hill for Chan, and Raymond, I don't feel he can come back. Do not underestimate his. We can't underestimate his ability, but right now he has to pot those long shots. And was that a pressure shot on that too?
Yeah, massive pressure shot. It's going to be difficult for Raymond to get back into this game. Chan is breaking really well. A few odd little positional plays from Chan, just like that. It makes his life slightly difficult. I think he's going to have to run into the 7 ball over here. I'm not sure if he'll be able to avoid bumping into that brown 7 ball.
Now, sometimes in the game, I call it the key ball, where it's tied up and there's issues with balls on the table in difficult positions, but there's no key balls available for Raymond to come back to the table other than a human error. And that is a great shot, because the 9 is a formality to the 10, as you can see, Craig. To the fans who've just joined us, yeah, you're right, Craig. He just cleans the tip with the rail there. The other problem I see is the chalk on the table. A lot of refs won't allow that to have the chalk on the table. It's used as a marker. I have seen that.
Yeah, there's no official rule on having your chalk on the table unless you are specifically using it as a marker. I don't see any indication of Chan using it to sort of mark any pattern play or anything like that. Yeah.
Something very interesting which I've seen with the Philippines, they do it a lot. They use their hand and they come down and they put their hand on the table, but they want the ball, and some use the cue tip as well, just to remind them where they want the ball.
Yeah, I think marking that landing zone, not with an actual sort of marker, but it's just a visualization of where you want that cue ball it's part of reinforcing your mental process, and I think that's important, whether you do it with the tip of your cue or with your hand. It's a good process to have, just to visualize it. Chan with a slight tricky 10 ball to the bottom right hand pocket. Nicely done.
So the pressure now on Raymond is at the maximum. Now, they have a choice, I believe, of a break. I'm not too sure how the frames work. Sometimes they just want to get on with the match. The referee will tell them, would you like a break? I would highly recommend to have time out if they got that option, because Raymond is looking very sad there. And his opponent is absolutely flying at 6-0. But that 2-ball could haunt Raymond. How do you feel, Raymond? Greg, when Raymond misses that ball, psychologically, he knows that he should have potted that and won the frame. How do you feel when you miss and you know you should have won?
Yeah, it's a really challenging thing to get out of. If there is an opportunity to take a break after 6 frames, he should be taking it, because the momentum's against him. He needs to splash some water on his face and just re-establish himself, get out of the negative mind space that he mightn't be in. So, but I think the break comes after 7 frames, because it is a race to 7.
Okay. Now, the key ball is the free. That might... Oh, does it go past Raymond? Do you feel that goes past?
Yeah, I think that 3-ball does pass to the bottom right-hand pocket. The 5 is in a testing position close to the center pocket. Those shots are never easy.
Just imagine, Raymond, if that 2-ball dropped. Greg, sorry. Raymond would have a chance then in a push out, so a player would come back and have the option to play the shot or allow his opponent back at the table. But right now, this 3-ball, and Raymond is starting to worry, because this could be a possible rake and run, and he's out of the World Qualifiers.
Yeah, I think Chan will look to get the cue ball back to where it is now. Ooh, he's overspun that. That was not...
He's missed it.
That missed by quite some distance. So Raymond with an opportunity to claw something back here. He'll look to play a safety, keep the cue ball down table behind the 8, send the 3-ball to the top of the table. I think he wants to take his time. Yeah, don't rush this. Make sure.
So, yeah, you're right there. Do you like the rest? It's got a little spider in it. Have you noticed that?
Oh, I haven't played with that rest yet. Looks good.
I have seen a jump shot used by it.
Oh, wow.
No, it's all gone wrong for Raymond. He's left the free to the corner, Greg.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much room there is past that 8-ball. I think he might be slightly hampered by that black 8-ball right in front of the cue ball. I don't see that is straightforward to the top right. Let's see.
Do you see the tiger under the table?
Yeah, that's a nice little touch from Yalen.
I got one there.
Oh, nice.
They gave me the sticker. But yeah, it's a tiger.
Looks like he's going for a soft swerve. I'm not sure if he's nominated anything. I haven't picked anything up.
The referee will not accept the ball to go into the pocket if you don't nominate it. The players are warned, you must nominate that pocket. And the other one, Raymond, Greg, sorry, is you must nominate the 10-ball.
Yeah.
If
Whether
you don't
it's
nominate that
straightforward
10-ball, I have seen it where it's been a foul.
Yeah, I think
I
a
saw
lot
it
of the
last year.
international tournaments have that standard rule. You have to nominate the 10-ball, or whether it's an 8-ball competition, you have to nominate that. Has Raymond nominated that?
No, I don't think he did. And look,
Chan is making him play again, so that was clearly an unnominated bank shot. So Raymond's going to go airborne on the purple 4-ball.
I believe he can pot it. This is his only chance to stay in the tournament. Oh, he's nominated to 7.
Yeah, it's an interesting option. I don't think there's an easy position from the 4 to the 5 over there, so maybe that's why he has not opted to pot the 4-ball.
This could be the last shot Raymond plays in this year's World Qualifiers. He knows it. If you just joined us, it's been an epic battle. The scoreline has all been for Chan. Outstanding play. We saw a couple misses on the 10 from both players in the beginning. Wow, he's played that perfect. And my special guest today is Craig. What a shot that was, Craig.
Yeah, confident queuing. Not perfect position. Yeah, you would have liked to avoid the 8-ball. He's got a long pot, but he has been queuing quite well. So he should float this in down the rail.
What a shot that is. He knows now this match is just moments away as we watch the 7 into the middle. Take it away, Craig.
Yeah, it's been an absolute honor being in the commentary booth with you. Flown all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. Chan has definitely underhit that draw shot there. Actually ending up stopping the ball instead of drawing that back. So awkward bridge over the 9-ball for the 8-ball. So let's see if there's any last little speed bumps. Slightly hampered by the 10-ball. No, he looks okay. He looks in good shape, yeah.
So on the behalf of Qatar Billiard Federation, the WP sanctioned this event. Yelling Table, Adam's Cloth, and my special guest, Greg. That's goodbye from us. Till next time. Goodbye, Craig.
Thanks, everyone.
Go. World 10-Ball Cup. On behalf of Qatar Billiard Federation, we welcome the fans and the tennis and the fans around the world. We are on the final day, on the final match. Whoever wins this match is a world qualifier. Well, he will be disappointed. He miscued there. Just checking. He just mentioned that he was moving. Okay, players are trying their best out there. That's nicely positioned to the 4. Does happen. Players are building pressure on themselves. And when players are sitting down, can distract players if they tend to move. Sometimes it's best to come back off your shot and be composed and go back down. Nicely past the 10. He'll take the 7 to the left corner, middle. But as you can see, he's very relaxed, taking his time. And he beat the champion of the world in the previous round. So as you can see, very focused, very determined. There is a message from both players to their families. They are watching. I can confirm that. And the message is, to this gentleman's family, wish me luck, and I'll do my best. Thank you for supporting me. That's a nice touch. Send the message to his family and fans as we watch this 8 hoed for the 10. Nicely played. Of all the TV players I've seen on the TV table today, this gentleman is the coolest player and the most relaxed player I've seen. A lot of the players go through psychology of putting themselves under pressure, of pushing their ability of playing well. But I think if you stand back and say, I have to just pot one ball at a time, enjoy the occasion, you play to your best with what you have on the day. And coming off an incredible win against the junior champion of the world is a great result, and that will relax you for the final stage. Whoever wins this match will qualify for stage 2. So the break, we're watching for the 2 and the 3 to go to the opposite corners. There they go. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, he's just missed it, knocked on the door. So the dry break there. Key balls are the 4 and the 5. They'll be playing a major part in this rack. The 3 isn't not too bad, to be fair. You can come across. And I have a message from this gentleman to his family. Aaron wishes to say, wow, he's moved on the cue action. That is a bit nervous there. I'm just watching. Yeah, he completely mishit that, and that's a sign of nerves. It's just putting a little bit of pressure on himself, but he wishes to say thank you for watching me and my fans, and thank you for all the support over the years. Aaron is a very good potting machine, but he has to sort of focus a little bit more. And we've just seen there the unforced free ball miss. To be fair, it was a little bit of a tight shot because he's forcing the angle to go in above the 4 and the 5 to make the cue ball crash into them. Yeah, he's moved a little bit on that shot on the free ball. So Aaron has now got this 4. He's got to come across the table. He wants to keep this in a straight line. Should be okay. He's going to try and move to 7. There's the straight line. He's got to move. Well, he'll be happy with that. He didn't really play to get on. Yeah, he's a little bit of an angle. He might just be all right. To play to get that to a straight line was too difficult. Couldn't really judge that to get that perfect. So the cue ball there. And his opponent is sitting very still, not moving. Great sportsmanship. So the 5's been nominated to the corner. He has to be careful. Yeah, that's why he had to be careful. That shot, you have to hit thin, and he's caught it too thick with the cue ball, and that's why it's straightened up. If he caught it a little bit thinner, he would have avoided the 6, and that's why he's sort of jabbed down at the cue ball to go across the table and hit the 6. So possible 5 to the corner here. Come across with the 6. Look at the focus. Yeah, that's how you play that shot. Doesn't want to go behind the 9. Yeah, the disappointment of the hand indicated there. Referee making sure. Is it open or is it close to the rail? If a double kiss happens and nothing touches the rail, it's a foul. If it's frozen to the rail, well, this jump shot, it would be too difficult. So he's going to put the 9 on the 6. The right shot to play. But I'm afraid that's not strong enough. Because the cue ball is going to be hiding in a straight line. Oh. This could be a bonus. If that is touching the rail, to get the safety shot is going to be too difficult. He's got to hit the cue ball onto a rail, because it will be an automatic foul. So he must make sure the cue ball hits a rail, otherwise it's a foul. Because it's frozen on the rail. Oh, he's got to be careful here as well. He's going for the bank. I'm surprised here. Maybe it is a little bit too difficult to kiss off because it's frozen. He has to be careful. So he's going to place the 9. No. Didn't go according to plan, that shot. If it was off the rail, he could hide the cue ball behind the 9, but it's too much of a risky shot to play and try and get it behind the 10. But right now, this 6 ball is starting to be a pressure ball. Trying to leave the cue ball. Wow. That was fantastic. The double's on, but he's looking at trying to hide the cue ball in behind the 8, which is the right way. Possible behind the 10, depends how he wants to go. Yeah, he's gone in behind the 10. Well, he'll be so happy with that. But he has left that thin edge to this corner. And I feel He has to take the 7 onto the corner to stay in contention with this rack. Because if you play safe, you don't really know how to hide the cue ball, because it's the 9's not really available to hide behind that. So he's going for it. And he's missed it. Completely missed the 7 ball. But wait a minute. He will be happy with that outcome. He completely missed the ball. Nerves are playing a part. What a... Oh, that would have been the shot of the day. Snookered out of the snooker, but now this 7 and the 8, surely it will be one apiece. Everything in the open. So this 8 ball, I don't see a problem. So it just come off the rail, go higher than the middle pocket to the left. So he's putting spin on this. Beautiful shot. But where's... It's okay. The table seems a little bit slow. This morning session, we were watching how the cue ball was speeding up because of the moisture. Or he's nearly... It's understandable. He's moving with his cue action. He doesn't really... Look at the adrenaline. Look at that passion. He managed to get it, but he's slightly moving. It's okay, but it might catch him out later on. So if he stays still with the cue action, he'll start to be more accurate and more relaxed. So 1 apiece. If you've just joined us, welcome. It's been an emotional day for both of these players. I'm going to see how they got in the previous rounds. So it's very interesting. In the previous round, he's won 7-1. He must have played very well there. 9. Trying to force... Well, that's the 1 ball. Trying to control that 1 ball as well. Very difficult. So he's done very well to get to where we are. Yeah, that's a very good safety shot. He's left a very difficult jump shot. You won't see this being jumped. So he's going to try and pot this. He was very close just now with the 2. Knocked on the door. But this, he has to be very careful. Because this 1 ball, well, he'll be happy with that. That has got to be the greatest jump shot, well, escape shot of the day. Very fortunate. So this 1 ball is starting to be a frame winner. Yeah, he's just slightly moving on the cue action. Talked about that just now. He'll relax very shortly. The great potter. Because that's how important this one ball was. Because it is basically joining the dots. Nothing really difficult to pot. The 2's a formality, the 3, the 4, the 5. It's all there. However, it's doing it under tremendous pressure. Well, what a lovely t-shirt this gentleman's got. The most relaxed TV player I've seen so far today. Very relaxed, very comfortable. He just wants to get on with the game. So this 5 now. The 8 to the 10 won't be a problem. It's just getting to the 6 to the 7 to go 2-1 up. Oh, he's just moved. It's the tension out there. Yeah, the shoulders are dropped there, but he should be okay because the 8's there. It's just double checking. He doesn't like to hit the ball too hard. And because he's straight on the 6, he's going to try and use the bottom rail to get the cue ball closer to the 7 to make it a little bit. Yeah, he's drawing back. Oh, he's going forward now. This is missable. Yeah, oh, what a shot that was. You won't realise how hard that shot is to play. The difficulty and the power in controlling the cue ball. So this 8 to the 10. The reason why he wanted to make it easy as possible. So he's going around the 10, and that for me is a great shot. So this 10 ball to the corner. He has to avoid movement on the cue. He's cueing okay. I'm watching his cue action. Oh, did you see that? That shot was tension. Believe me, how much pressure on that 10 ball was. Yes, it went in, but did you see his cue action? That is adrenaline shot. That is a very nervous shot to play. And his cue moved very quickly. He did it after the shot. It's called psychological pressure. He could pot that every day of the week, not a problem. But in the world qualifiers, on the world TV table, on the world stage, that shot is at a maximum difficulty. Takes a lead of 2-1. And I'm sure his family at home are willing every 10 ball to go in. But right now, it's the break. Nobody's really mastered the break. We're looking at the 2 to go to the right corner. The left corner, and the 3 to go to the right for the perfect break. So there's the 3. There's the 2. Has he got the 2? The 7's in the way. But it was on the way, so he will adjust to that. Bit too much power. Key ball is the 3 and the 8. So there's a lot going on in this game. There's a tactical battle going on right now. Because he's looking, this is where he would like the cue ball to be after potting the 1 ball. To crash into the 7. And the 7 to hit the 10 ball. That's what he would like. And he's got it. That's perfect. Well played. That's how far advanced you've got to think. You just don't He's looking for the end game. Any trouble balls he will try and create to get out. Wow. He had an angle to move the 10 ball as well. Yeah, he's disappointed because he played a fantastic shot. We had the president this morning come in of Yelling Tables, the official sponsored tables. Very happy to see. There's a little lion there. Do you see it underneath the cue ball? See on the bottom of the table? That's their logo. And this is the official table. There's spiders and lions on there. And the official cloth is Andy cloth. Sanctioned by the WPA. So it's just amazing support all over the world. We're not just broadcasted on YouTube. I'd just like to confirm to you, we are in China and we welcome all the China fans all over the Middle East, all over the world broadcasting. Every show in China is a live one. They're using the Qatar Billiard YouTube channel as their feed. Qatar have got their own set up, media team, professional photographers, TV companies, and it's the highest paid tournament for 10 ball in the world. World champions are here. So as you can see, this 5 could open the 9 if he wanted to. Yeah, he wanted to come down a little bit straighter for that to happen, but this 6 will leave an angle from the 7 to the 8 and the 9. So where his hand was, by the 10 spot, that's what he's aiming for, the 10 spot. Has he got it? Just. No, he hasn't. He hasn't got the angle. Now he's got 2 choices. He can come off the bottom rail and go into the 8 and 9. But he only needed to be at least another 3 or 4 inches. Yeah, see how straight that is? So he might play a bank on the 8. He's going for the bank. Oh, he's going for the Cameron shot. Well played. It was there, but a bit risky. Has to be careful. Oh, well, he's played that to perfection. To go 3-1 up from here, this is excellent performance. He won't move anywhere near the nerves on this 10 ball. He'll be staying down on the shot. Oof. Did you see his cue action? Willing that board. See, he stays still there. But when it was a difficult shot, he was willing the cue ball to go in. He's had a long day. He's been playing since 10 o'clock. Yodel is a very nice person. I managed to get to speak to him. And he was on the table beside me when I was watching him play yesterday. He's more than capable of potting balls under pressure. And I watched him on day 1 as well. I knew how good he was. No, you're 3-1 down. How can you come back? It's the deep breaths. cue ball is excellent. Position to be just slightly off center of the 1. 2 in the 3. This is what we're looking for. There goes the 2. Is it going to make the pocket? It's close. Well done. And that is his best break so far. 1 can go off the 3. I feel that you must attack here. You've got to attack. You can't sit on this game. Look at the size of the pocket. He's looking at it. Is it risky to take on? Yes. Is it better to play safety? Depends how the player feels. Okay, cutting the 1 in here is so difficult. That's what I was talking about. But it's dropped. He sort of hit the knuckle before it went in. Just away. So the pace kept the ball in to the pocket. But you were at risk of snookering yourself down on the 3, but should be okay. Ooh. He has to be careful. Oh yeah, that's the best shot he's played so far. What happened there? He forced the angle to miss the 10, and that is his best shot so far. Well played. Slightly moving. This is understandable. There's 5 to the 7, and this could be the first break and run in this session. The record of break and runs is by Jericho, and he slightly, he's just got to relax. He had 3 in a row. In the arena, the gentleman from Lebanon had 5 against me. A record for balls off the break on the TV table is 4. Yeah, that's a nice shot. Well played. 3-2. I really don't know how this game's going to go. Cue ball off the table on breaks is 2. Eight balls past the middle pocket on the break. It was a dry break, and 8 above the middle pocket. We've seen a lot of 7s because of the power they're using. Be interesting to watch Jeffrey Laluma break in 10-ball, and you'll see him tomorrow. Depends on the draw who comes on the TV table, but I can assure you the world champions, when they break, they are the masters of the break. Albin Ocean is here as well. Joshua Filler, I believe, should be landing probably at the airport. But right now, the 2 and the 3 I'm looking for. There goes the 2. There goes the 3. He's got to get the 2. He needs that 2 ball in. No, he didn't hit it hard enough. See how different it is when you pop the 2 ball. Look at the 3. And that is the break. Key ball. There isn't one really other than this 2 ball. The cue ball will, sorry, the it will be a push out, but that 2-ball will be playing a major part. Congratulations to all the staff, all the media team who's made this happen over the week. Well, I'm surprised here he's pushed it out there because the snooker behind the 8 is available. You hit it from behind, send that 2-ball past the 5-ball. Wow, he's very, very lucky. Because he's caught a glimpse of that 2-ball, but he's left it to the corner. And this gentleman is probably the best I've seen down the rails. Wow, I'm surprised he didn't take that on. More than capable on that 2-ball. And the answer is, look at the score. Now, here's one for you. The players tend to use the scoreboard how to win the game. What do I mean by that? When the players are feeling uncomfortable, they start playing safe. When they feel comfortable, like now, that tactical shot of a safety is a frame winner. If he was 4-2 up, 5-2 up, he would take that down the rail. But because it's so close and there's only one game in it, tactical battles come in, and psychologically it puts pressure on your opponent, as we've just seen, the unforced error. So he's called an extension. Two to the corner. We can't talk about running the frame just yet. I don't feel comfortable how he's going to run it because mysterious things are happening. He has to be careful with a 5 though. Yeah, that was the problem. Look at that. Look at that. That's why I'm not comfortable just yet to tell you how he's going to run it out. Mysterious. And look at his opponent. Look at that focus. He cannot believe he snookered himself. But this is his opportunity to bring it back to free a piece. And that's how he's thinking. I've got a chance here. He's got to hit it. That's a disappointment shot. No. Imagine you could have gone 4-2 up to being at 3 apiece. He's pushed the 5 onto the 8, but he's hit the 6. And he could hardly hit the 5 to get it safe. So all of a sudden, this 5-ball to the 6 is a formality. But you have to be careful. That's what I said. I'm going to check the replay on that. Could that be the second ball in the pocket and out? Only one time it's happened. It was against, I think, Jericho. I'm going to just check. Did that go in the pocket? No. He hit the knuckle. Raymond and Jericho. It was in that match. He hit the back of the pocket and came back out. It's a very rare occasion you see that. But imagine you're about to go 3 each. And your opponent is about to go 4-2 up. The drama, the passion in this match is incredible. Excellent. Well played. So this 8 to the 9. He's got two options here. Slow roll it. Take the 9 to the right corner. Or the left, whichever way you wanted to go. Look at the 10. It's just waiting to take a 4-2 lead. Must nominate it. He has nominated it. Can he reach? He needs his, does he need his extension? No, he should be okay. The relief of winning that frame. Knowing it was going to be 3 apiece. He is so happy inside. His opponent can't believe that he's missed that ball. How can he recover? We're just going to have to wait and see. You can only bring what you have on the day with what you have on the day of your ability. And race to 7. Whoever wins, I believe the score and the other results, I'll just check for you. You can get the score on qbsf.q, and that will give you the page to see all the results of the event. So if you go Google Qatar Billiard Snooker Federation, that will give you the results you need. But right now, he has to. Whatever happens. Oh, this is a bad shot. He has to be careful. Look at this, head on to the 1 board. This is not working. And that's why I could sense that white going in. And look at the 2 and the 3 gone. Over the put, look at that. Well, 2's gone. But that's the problem with head on with the white. I sensed that he could go off there. Fraught with danger going into the 1 ball full power. And look at that split. Unbelievable. Probably the best split I've seen on the TV table in the tournament from day 1. That is fantastic to have for a 5-2 lead. So let's run the balls out. Forward to the middle. Hold for the 5. Freeze for the 6. 7 to give me. The 8, the 9 is a formality. The 10 is a 5-2 lead. Wow. He almost missed it. the adrenaline and his cue. That's much better. He thought he missed the 8 ball. But right now, we've seen the nice run. Join us after the commercial break. Very interesting match this is going to be, I believe, in a couple of Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, it's been one-way traffic in this match. 6-2. This could be the last run we see in this match. There's 5 to the 7. It's been a long day for all the players. It hasn't been easy. So this 7 ball now to the 8. They take the 9 to the left corner at the bottom of the table. So he's just making sure he's going to come nicely for the 8 to come across the table. Yeah, and that's perfect. Very relaxed. He's left it straight. That, if you look at his facial reactions, that's indicating he needed not to be in a straight line. So he's using top spin here to come back around it and take it to the corner. So this 9 ball to go through to the next round of the World Qualifiers. So congratulations on a great epic win in there. 7-2. Just goes to show how strong it's going to be. Join us next time. Thank you very much. From Qatar Billiard Snooker Federation. Bye bye everyone. Thank you.